Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, Swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're in Braves country.
Well, gosh darn it. There you have it. The season is over. All the hard work that comes into putting a season together for your Atlanta Braves is gone. And it leaves us with another sour taste in our mouth. Hello, I'm Mac Magee, and if you already know that if you were with us for Braves Country Radio all year long. If not, if this is new to you, welcome in. We do Braves Country Radio all year long. We'll do it again next year. Next year, we're actually expanding the broadcast schedule. This year, we did most of the games. Next year, we're doing every single Braves game, unless some kind of emergency happens, obviously. And that's every single Braves game we will bring you next year. Sunday afternoons will be tricky. It really depends on the start time. But other than that, every single Braves game. And we will put the chat up, obviously, for the Sunday afternoon game if we can't do it. But we're going to try to do most of them. So we ended up bringing you it was about 140 games this year. I think it was actually 141 that we actually did, not counting the postseason, which unfortunately we only did 4. So 145 total. And we appreciate everyone. And we will bring you every single doable spring training game. Now, it really depends on how many games they cover, how many games they televise, et cetera, et cetera. You know the routine. because most folks, if you're new to this, they like to watch the game along and listen to the play-by-play, then, of course, chat along with everybody in the chat. I will reiterate this going forward. We want to be a family-friendly station, a family-friendly channel. So for the trolls that come in, and I saw a couple of them get upset because they got muted, and I've given the reins to there's 3 total other people that have the ability to mute. I'm sorry, but we're not going to have ugly comments. We're just not. It's a family-friendly channel. I want you to feel like you can send anybody to this channel and they will enjoy Braves content. So that's just the way it's going to be. And if you don't like it, I guess go on some other weird site where they let you say nasty things. Too much ugliness in this world for us to not enjoy Braves country baseball. This particular show, it's going to be real quick. We're going to talk about the Philly series. We're talking about what went wrong. And it's funny. I saw several content creators on different platforms all over the place. Doesn't matter really who said it. It's the fact that it was said several times. They were talking about how they knew every fan base had some really nasty fans and ugly fans and just, basically classless fans. And then they talked about, and then we did the Philly series, covered the Philly series, and now we really see it. And I just kind of laughed because I was like, man, if you're doing these live games, you would know they are the bottom of the barrel when it comes to class. And they just are like, don't get me wrong, every single fan base has them. We have them. But the level and the sheer number of just classless fans that came in, I will say this, there were some fans that said some nice things, some Philadelphia fans said some nice things, and that's always appreciated. And that takes a hell of a lot more character than anything else to say some really nice things, not just about our channel, but about Braves fans in general. So we do appreciate that. That did not go unnoticed, and you will be remembered for that. But the series itself, we're just going to go into it real quick. What went wrong? And we gave it a day to marinate because I didn't want to come here. I mean, if you had asked me 10 minutes after the game, there would have been, my admins would have been muting me. I would have been just throwing things up against the wall. And it's this helpless feeling you get as a fan where you're sitting there going, we know we've got the most talented team out there, but they're not stepping up in the big moments. And what the hell is happening? In broad strokes, I see it as this way. Brian Snitker's not a very good in-game manager. He's just not. He is a very good elite player manager, and he's actually an elite season manager. And what I mean by that is he knows how to get the best out of his guys for a 162 game slate where you're worrying about putting too many innings on your bullpen, where you're worrying about this, that whole thing. I will say he is elite. He is better than most that I have seen. And I understand why he's revered. But this would be my suggestion. I don't want to get rid of Brian Snitker. I think it's knee-jerk reaction. I think it's stupid to say that it was him alone that lost the series. He had a hand in it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He had a hand in it. But at the same token, the players have to make the hits. And our offense didn't show up. If you want it in a nutshell, what happened, our offense didn't show up. The pitching was terrible in game 3. That was it. The other games, you see game 1, we lost 3-0. We have the best offense in baseball. 3 runs should have got the win. I'm sorry, but it should have. I don't want to hear the excuses. 3 runs at home should have gotten the win for your Atlanta Braves. You go back to that game and you see how it unfolded. And you see, look, Strider went 7 innings and gave up 1 earned run. Now, we did have a couple of fielding gaffes in that game, and that let us down. And that led to one of the unearned runs. And then you go back to the fact that in that game, what did we get from our offense? Well, I know that in that game, AJ Minter gave up a run, but remember, it was unearned. But in that game, what did we get from our offense? We got nothing. We got a total of 5 hits. Acuna 0 for 3. Ozuna 0 for 3. Harris 0 for 4. Murphy 0 for 3. Too many offers. No one had multiple hits in the game. And this must be the best offense in baseball. And it is the best offense. It was the best offense in baseball during the regular season. During the postseason, they're not. And we talk about this during the broadcast all the time throughout the year. And I think it falls on deaf ears. But I'm going to start pounding the drum more about it during this season than I have in the previous 2 seasons. But I notice it and I bring it up and I let it go and I move on. Because the Braves have gone out there and won 205 games in the last 2 regular seasons. So it's hard to pick them apart. And you felt like in 2022, they ran out of gas. No more of that junk. If you don't get past the NLDS next year, there's going to be a much different conversation about whether or not Snitker should be gone. Whether or not a lot of guys ought to be gone. But this year, I'm not going to sit there and say that. I'm not going to go out there and tell you that Snitker or anybody else in the organization should be gone. But they've got to find a way to get past that NLDS. I don't care who they play. They're better than Philadelphia. They're more talented than Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a good team. They're a very good team. But the Braves are better. And one of the things that you can point to before we get into the series, we talked about this trading deadline, got scoffed at by most of your pundits writing for different rags around the country. Won't point any of them out individually because as a collective, they all said the same thing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Our pitching's going to be fine. We've got Kyle Wright coming back. Gone. Not just gone for this year. He's gone until 2024. Through 2024. He's gone until 2025. And that's if that ever comes back out again. He may never, ever don an Atlanta Brave uniform again. You don't know how those surgeries go and the rehab and everything else, right? But we're told it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Gosh, all you fans, you overthinking things. This team is so good. Well, here's the thing. Every damn one of you were wrong. Not just the writers and not just the broadcasters who told us not to worry about it, but everyone coming from the organization who told us Max Fried was going to be okay. Well, the blister thing was quirky and weird. Okay, I get it. I can't even point to that one. But my God, it seems like it's always something with him, right? But okay. Charlie Morton, we'll just call him what he was, an aging 40-year-old man out there on the mound giving us great innings throughout the year. But you were banking on Charlie Morton and Spencer Strider essentially to take you into the postseason. Because at the time, Max Fried was on the IL. We didn't know what he was going to be like when he came back. Same thing with Kyle Wright. Didn't work out. Heard the same crap about the bullpen. That these guys were going to be back and they're going to be ready to roll. Any of these names ring a bell? Did you see these guys in the postseason? Nick Anderson? Jesse Chavez? Where the hell were they? Dylan Lee? No, they were all injured or they were deemed not worthy of a roster spot. However you look at it. No matter what the reasoning is, no matter what the excuse is, we couldn't use them. They were gone. They were done. So, with all that being said, the front office has to wear most of this. More than anything else, the front office has to wear most of this. Because they stunk. They were awful. They did a terrible job. He did a great job building the team for the year, but he did a terrible job at the deadline. He did a terrible job at the deadline last year, not just Anthopoulos, as a collective. Because they have a whole team. I know Anthopoulos wears the hat. They have a whole team that is involved in making decisions, doing the research, who they should and should not go after. So they did a terrible job. They didn't bring anybody in. Pierce Johnson was a solid ad. That was it. Brad Hand, meh. Taylor Hearns, remember him? What? They did a terrible job. Nicky Lopez was a solid ad. But all we heard afterwards, well, we were close to doing this and we were close to doing that. We thought about bringing in a difference maker. They were talking about in the lineup. I'm assuming they were talking about in the outfield. It's about the only place that you could put someone. But they did a terrible job. And if they don't think they did a terrible job, they're not being honest with themselves. You got to have accountability in this. Terrible job. An extra bat, a difference maker bat, and really, and we'll talk about this more in the offseason shows, and they've got to change the culture in that locker room and go get them guys. Now, everybody wants to rinse and repeat Jock Peterson or Jorge Soler. And I get that because it's what you're familiar with. That's not what I am suggesting. What I'm suggesting is they've got to have those types, the difference makers. The more than anything else, this team needs a locker room guy. They need two. They really need two because one guy can't do it all every day. They need two guys to come in to that locker room this offseason, going into next year, and say, let's go get it and quit being scared and quit playing scared, because it's what it felt like. It felt like they played scared. But that first game, we got nothing. Spencer Strider pitched well. You cannot kill a guy who went 7 innings, 1 earned run, and 8 strikeouts. I'm sorry, but that gets you a win most of the time in the playoffs. Game 2. Everybody got excited, and it was false hope. Because in game 2, if you really look at the entire game, but what we were hoping as fans, let's be honest, it wasn't the fact that we thought that all of a sudden Philly was going to crumble, because I didn't. I just thought this would galvanize the team to get at least one win in Philadelphia and then get it back to Atlanta. And a lot of folks will probably point to the Orlando Arcia saying the stupid thing that he said. I'm going to reiterate this. The chump that leaked the quote of attaboy, he was a content creator. He wasn't a writer. He's not a writer. Don't call him a writer. He's a content creator chasing clout. And I can't tell you what we call him in the business on the side because I used to write, but I'll say this. They aren't respected by real writers, because there is a code. And Alana Rizzo, who I'm not a huge fan of, just because, not her as a person, I've never got her as a host of High Heat. She's probably fine in other endeavors. I've never been a fan of hers on High Heat with Chris Russo. But I will say this, I have a newfound respect for it. And think she had to walk back what she said about calling the, I'm not even going to give the guy the respect of saying his name, because he's not a man, he's a mouse. But the guy that leaked the quote by Arcia, she called him a jerk off. So she had to walk it back, which I thought was kind of funny. I was like, man, you could call people a lot worse things, but it is what it is. But she called him a jerk off because she, at one point, was in those locker rooms as a reporter. And she mentioned that you don't do what he did. You get your quotes on tape, you leave, and you get out of the way because that is their domain. And she's right. She's damn right about that. There is an unwritten code amongst folks in locker rooms. What the Braves have to do now is understand you don't let anybody into your circle. Treat them all at a distance. Say, let's do the interviews, guys. Done? Cool. Guys and gals. Done? Cool. Goodbye. Leave. And they should have, going forward in Atlanta Braves locker room, their security staff ushering them out. Every one of them. And I don't give a damn if it's only one that did it. It's the fact that you can't trust any of these slime balls anymore. There's a few that I say would not stoop to that level. Ones that come to mind. A few of them. Because they are actual journalists. Guys like David O'Brien, Justin Toscano. I forget his last name, but Grant. Those guys wouldn't do that. I don't believe they would. I'd be shocked that they would. They have journalistic integrity. But the chump that did it, he was doing it for clickbait. And realize that not everyone's a Braves fan that goes into these locker rooms. They're going in there to see what they can stir up. And I intentionally muted and blocked that guy on all of my stuff. And first of all, he didn't have much of a following to begin with. He gained, I think he had like a couple thousand followers on his social media. And then he gained probably got to around 4,000 at the end of that stuff. It'll dwindle back down, but I'm not going to give him any kind of credit ever again, because anyone that will pull that, it's the same feeling that I had years ago about a certain writer for Sports Illustrated. That person is no longer in the business, but I mean, I had nothing to do with it, but I'm not going to give them credit. I'm not going to give them any kind of clout ever because they're slime balls. But that game, if you look at the game itself and you put the slime ball stuff away, in that game, the Braves offense did not do anything until the 6th inning. They were hitless in the first. We had not scored a run in the first 14 innings of a series, of a short 5-game series. You're not going to win a lot of those games. You're just not. And so AJ Minter ends up getting the win. Iglesias gets the save, but that's because we had a couple of heroic home runs and then an unbelievable catch at the wall by Harris. And it felt like that would galvanize this team into going into Philadelphia and getting a win. I did not believe it was going to be game number 3, because it was Bryce Elder. And Bryce Elder, I'm sorry, doesn't have it. Not to be an elite pitcher. He might develop in the offseason. And we might see a much different Bryce Elder next year down the stretch. But he was really good at the beginning of the year and really bad July, August, September, and of course October. He had an ERA north of 5. You don't start that man in a game 3. And if you do, and this is not revisionist history. We talked about on this very show, the pregame show. If you do, at that point, you have to get him out the first sign of trouble. My suggestion at the time was get him through the first run through the batting order and then go get him. And then go get AJ Smith-Shawver. First time through the batting order, go get him. Treat this like a damn bullpen game. And then you heard Brian Snicker after the game. What did he do? Well, I thought he could go 5 innings. I don't care what you thought he could do after you got through the first 2 innings. The point is that third inning where it all fell apart. Why were you sitting on your damn hands? Take you back to that third inning real quick. And I know most of us remember it like it's going to be hard to forget. But in that third inning, how it unfolded was just absolutely pathetic. Because you get the first of all, first 2 innings, Elder's looking great, right? The first batter, Castellanos, hits an inside hanger, 373 over the wall. Someone should have been getting up and going right then. Marsh singles. Rojas fouls out. Schwarber grounds out. Marsh goes to second. Turner reaches in on an infield single. You've got runners on first and third and 2 outs. And Bryce Harper comes to the plate. Why was Brad Hand not ready to be put in at that very moment? Lefty-lefty matchup. Let's give it a chance. He had success in Philly before. This is what you go get a Brad Hand for. That specific. Go get 1 out for us. And he's got the playoff pedigree, and he's used to coming in with ducks on the pond, whole 9 yards. No, they leave him in a hanger 408 feet out to right. It's 4-1 now. And remember, this was after Atlanta had put a run up on the board. So it's 4-1. Well, Christ almighty, go get somebody out there now. Someone's got to be ready. No! Nobody's ready. Bohm singles, Stott singles. Then they finally go get Tonkin. Tonkin was warming up in the inning before. What the hell's going on here? Real Muto doubles to left, clears the bases at 6-1. There's still time to come back, but Honest Engine, that is a gut punch to a team. And this is after they're dealing with all the crap about what was the thing? Attaboy. They're dealing with all that. They sunk. They gave up. They were quitters in that game. Nothing happened in that game. They never put on any kind of a real rally. They scored 1 more run. They imploded. Okay, you go to game 4. We got Strider. They don't. The bats have got to wake the hell up. What happens in that game? And yes, I know we had 2 runs but 10 hits in game 3. But most of those hits came late in the game and they were scattered and they were nothing. 5 hits in game 4, excuse me. Decisive game 4, 5 hits. Remember, on Saturday's game 1, we had 5 hits. On Monday's game 2, we had 4 hits. So in 3 of the 4 games they won, 3 of the 4 games played, the Braves had 5 hits or less. That is not the best offense in baseball at work. So they're going in tight. That goes on coaching. I'm sorry, it does. You've got to go on coaching. It also goes on approach. Are they not prepared? Is that what's going on? Are they not prepared? Do they not have the right game plan going in? Suarez is a solid pitcher. He's not Sandy Koufax, but you're not getting any runs scored. Spencer Strider goes out there. There's 5 2/3. Yeah, he gave up 3 earned, but they were all solo bombs. I'd say 2 of them were bad pitches. 1 of them, honestly, you just got to tip your cap. But even still, they give up 3 runs. Everyone complained. Oh, I heard all damn summer. You know, we kept hearing the same thing over and over again. You know, the constant complaint on our radio channel was, our offense is going to be fine. Our bullpen, our pitching is going to kill us. That's not what happened. Our bullpen was fabulous. And I had firm belief in the bullpen, realistically. I would have liked, don't get me wrong, the trading deadline, I would have liked to have gotten 1 more elite arm. More on that in other videos. But all in all, a damn good bullpen. And they pitched well. And it's what happens in October. If you have a bullpen as good and as talented as the Braves bullpen is, and it's diverse to be able to go in different guys with different stuff, angles, all that kind of stuff, they are a pain to the opposing team. What happened to the Braves was they did not pound a very barely above average bullpen. They have 2 or 3 arms. You're like, uh-oh. But they really only have 2 guys that you're like, he's got really good stuff. Craig Kimbrell and Alvarado. The rest of them are hittable. So what happens in game 4, the final game? And this is the one that ticked me off the most. And I'll be stewing on it all off season. And this goes back to an overall understanding of coaching. We are down 3-1. Ozuna, another great at bat. By the way, tip of the cap to Ozuna for the way he bounced back this year. I can't wait to see what he does next year. And I know it's going to be his walk year. He's probably going to have a phenomenal year. We probably won't be able to keep him. But what an incredible season he had. And he believe it or not, folks, if you don't follow the stuff behind the scene, he is actually a very positive thing in that clubhouse. Then Murphy gets a single who would struggle. And we've got runners on the corners. Now, it would have been nice if we would have saved Forrest Wall to be able to pinch run in that situation. But you couldn't make any kind of pinch running moves because we already burned Travis d'Arnaud. So you couldn't pull the catcher because this couldn't even be an all or nothing thing because you still have to go play defense if you tie or get the lead. Okay. What happens? Pilar pops up to short. The bat splintered. It wasn't a terrible at bat. It was fine. Then Rosario comes in for said Forrest Wall. I really didn't understand that at the time. Why you didn't save Forrest Wall for the end. I get what they were kind of trying to do, but you're asking a lot. Anyways, it would have been nice to have Forrest Wall standing on first. He would have stolen second, and you were talking about some stress on that Philadelphia team where a single ties the game. Instead, Rosario comes in and swings at the first. He doesn't do anything in that at bat. Swings at just goes up there and flails. Doesn't do anything at that bat. First pitch he sees, boink. Pops it up to left, a weak fly ball. And then we finally see Vaughn Grissom. And he struck out. I don't know if that last pitch was a strike or not. It doesn't matter. Not putting that on Grissom. Are you kidding me? Guy hadn't hit in a major league game in months, and we're going to put him up at stop it. It would have been a great storybook ending had he hit a 3-run shot, right? Holy crap. But it didn't work out. I don't care if I ever see Eddie Rosario in an Atlanta Braves uniform ever again. His last several months were lazy, lackadaisical in the field. He takes very lazy approaches at the plate. In that last at bat, because remember it's a mutual option. That very last at bat was everything you needed to know about Eddie Rosario. Didn't have a game plan. He's facing a lefty. Oh, I'm just going to swing at the first pitch. And that's it. Like I told you, we're not going to make this a long video today. We're going to do a 2023 video in the very near future. Keep an eye out for that. And then we're going to start doing our regular Braves Country Today will be coming your way Monday mornings. And a Friday afternoon drop. And that's what you'll see on the channel. And there will be content that will come out from time to time. We'll do some live shows and whatnot, but that's essentially what we're doing. And looking forward to next season, here's the new format that we're going to put on you. We are going to begin in 2024 a 1-hour live pregame show. It seemed like it was a popular thing during the playoffs. We're going to start doing it. A 1-hour live pregame show. And that will, whatever the first pitch is, pregame's coming on exactly 1 hour before then. You can do it like clockwork. If we're out on the West Coast playing the A's, 9:37 first pitch, 8:37 we're coming on the air. We'll bring you pitch by pitch, play by play, and then we're going to do a live post game show right after the game. Last somewhere between 30 minutes and 45 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood. We're not going to keep you up all night. And we're going to have call-in on those. On Monday morning, Braves Country Todays, I'm going to start putting the call-in number up. So if you do want to call in live, that's going to be your opportunity. I don't expect everyone to be able to do that. I know it's a weird time, but we're going to play around with it and then go from there. But this coming season, the plan is we're going to do call-in show, post-game show right after the game. It'll all be on the same stream, by the way. You don't want to jump around. And then for those of y'all that go to bed and don't catch that, we will replay the post-game show for you. We will drop it the next day, so you're, if you missed it, you can still catch it in the morning. So there you have that. Braves lose a tough series, putting this all on the offense. Yeah, Elder sucked, but Elder shouldn't have been out there. He shouldn't have been out there the second time through the lineup, that's for sure. Elder sucked, but the decision to leave him out there sucked worse. Y'all have a great day, Braves country. Look at the bright side. We still have the championship in 2021. We've won 6 consecutive divisions. And you keep knocking on that door, you'll kick it back in. This has turned into a who gets hot tournament. It's much different than the baseball we grew up on. I get it. Just got to adjust, and you got to get folks in there that can help us succeed. We'll talk more about that on shows going forward. What are they doing? Free agency, et cetera, et cetera. But we wanted to put a cap on this. Have a great afternoon.
You're in Braves country.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Reed. He's the throw to the plate. He is.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bells bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Good evening. You are listening live, and we are here in Arlington, Texas, as the Texas Rangers have a 2-1 series lead and are set to take on the Houston Astros. And it is baseball time in Braves country, no matter who your team is. And we'll keep you up to date on what's going on in Arizona. The Phillies in Arizona are tied at 1, and Arizona has just loaded the bases. But we do want to hit the starting lineups. We're going to try to squeeze that in real quick as we're getting ready for first pitch. Leading off and playing second base for the Houston Astros, it's Jose Altuve. 17 home runs on the year, 51 RBI, batting .311. Dubon is in center field, batting second, 10 homers, 46 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .278. Alex Bregman batting third, playing third. 25 home runs, 98 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .262. Yordan Alvarez, 31 home runs, 97 RBI, a .293 average. Jose Abreu playing first, batting fifth with 18 homers, 90 RBI, .293 average. Kyle Tucker is in right field with 29 home runs, 112 RBI, a .284 average. McCormick is in left field tonight, 22 home runs, 70 RBI, 19 stolen bases, batting .273. And I do want to break in and let you know the Arizona Diamondbacks have beaten the Phillies. So that series is now 2-1. The next two are in Arizona. A walk-off single with the bases loaded. Arizona wins it in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jeremy Pena is at short with 10 home runs, 52 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .263. Maldonado is behind home plate with 15 home runs, 36 RBI, batting .191. The Texas Rangers will start with Marcus Semien leading off and playing second. 29 homers on the year, 100 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .276. Corey Seager batting second, playing short. 33 home runs, 96 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .327. The rookie Evan Carter is in left field and batting third with 5 home runs, 12 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .306 through 62 at-bats this year. Adolis Garcia is in right field, 39 home runs, 107 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .245. And Mitch Garver is the designated hitter with 19 bombs, 50 RBI, a .270 average. Heim is behind home plate with 18 home runs, 95 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .258. Nathaniel Lowe batting seventh and playing first. 17 home runs, 82 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .262. Josh Young batting eighth and playing third. 23 home runs, 70 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .266. Luis Taveras is in center field with 14 home runs, 67 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .266. On the mound for the Houston Astros, it'll be Jose Urquidy. Andrew Heaney is the left-hander on the mound for the Texas Rangers. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Doug Eddings. Jordan Baker is at the first base bag. Second base will be manned by Dan Molino. And down the third base line, it's Stu Sherwater. Left field umpire, Mark Rippinger. And right field, James Hoy will be camping out deep down the line. That's your starting lineups for game number 4 of a 7-game series, best of 7. Texas leads this 2-1, and they have struggled mightily against Houston in their home stadium. We're going to step away for just a quick second. When we come back, first pitch, and we'll react to the Arizona Diamondbacks getting one on the board, beating the Phillies in walk-off fashion. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio.
In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious. Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846.
Welcome in, and we are ready for first pitch. Astros will be heading to the plate. Jose Altuve will be leading off. The Astros are in their road gray pants with the orange tops. Astros in navy across the chest. Names and numerals on the back, also in navy. They'll be wearing navy ball caps with the Astro logo across. The Texas Rangers are wearing their classic home whites. Rangers across the chest, outlined in red with blue. Rangers across the chest, numbers and names on the back in blue. The ball cap blue with the power T representing the state of Texas on the front. Andrew Heaney, the southpaw, is finishing his last few warm-up tosses, and it is baseball time on Braves Country Radio. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch misses outside wide, 1-1. We're in Arlington, Texas tonight. Essentially Dallas. The 1-1 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, down the third base line. That ball is fair. Karem's off the wall, and it's taken them a while to get to it. Altuve is safe, a leadoff double, but Simeon wants to challenge it. He believes that Altuve came off the bag and he held the tag, so we'll have to see how this unfolds. That ball was scorched down the line. Almost got the third base umpire, Stu Sherwater. He had to hop out of the way. Seager got the Karem, fired it over to first. It doesn't look like they are going to challenge it. Simeon believes that that he held the tag. If you look at the replay, I think he might have had an argument there, but they lay off at the first pitch on the way to Dubon, the center fielder. Lefty-righty matchup is a fastball up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Astros nothing, Rangers nothing. Top of the first inning, the 1-0 from Heaney. Kicks and fires, swing, and fouls it back out of play, evening up the count at 1-1. Dubon trying to get Altuve over to third for at least a productive out. The 1-1 pitch on the way, hit hard into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Altuve had to hold up. He thought it was going to be caught by the center fielder coming in. Tavares was playing pretty far back, had no chance of getting to it. So a bad read by Altuve moves him from second to third. He was being cautious with no outs, rightfully so. You could tell that ball was probably going to die right in front of Tavares, but Altuve didn't get a good read on it. So he's at third. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The first pitch on the way, lefty-righty matchup. Heaney kicks and deals. Fastball just misses up high. It's 1-0. Jonah Heim, the hind catcher, did not like the call. Neither did Heaney. They thought they hit the top of the zone. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. Heaney trying to limit the damage here. He has started off for runners on the corners, a 1-1 count. Heaney looks in, kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. That is going to get down for a base hit. It's up against the wall. 1 run will score. They're sending Dubon. 2 runs will score. It's 2-0 Houston, and the throw at third, he is safe. Bregman with a bases clearing triple, and it's 2-0 Houston right out the gate. Thank you, director. Two nothing your score. Bregman just took that pitch from the outside and drove it into the gap. That ball was hit on a line, a bullet. So quickly 2-0. Still nobody out here in the top of the first inning. And Yordan Alvarez is coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Alvarez. That ball is scalded into center field, and that is down for a base hit. It is 3-0 Houston. Texas had the infield in. And here comes Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, to talk to Heaney. Bad start for Heaney and the Rangers. 3-0, top of the first inning. That was an absolute scalder. He hit that on the nose. The Texas quickly flailing here. They trail 3-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. They got down early last night, could not climb back in it. Maddox trying to calm Heaney down. Runner on first, nobody out. Dane Dunning is warming up in the Texas bullpen, the right-hander getting loose. First pitch on the way to Abreu is dribbled out in front of the mound, jumping on it is Heim. He'll flip it over to first. It'll be a 2-3 put out, but Alvarez does make it down to third on the play. Still just one down. And Kyle Tucker, the left-hander, will come to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. Heaney trying to stop the bleeding. It's 3-0 Houston, top of the first. Pitch on the way, right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. If you're just getting off work or just getting tuned into the sports world, the Philadelphia Phillies got knocked off tonight by the Arizona Diamondbacks. They still lead that series 2-1, but at least it is now a series. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Heim. 1-1. Runner on second. One down. Kyle Tucker, the batter. Standing on deck is the right-handed McCormick and then Jeremy Pena. The 1-1 lets her fly. Just misses outside, 94 miles an hour. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. The pitch on the way. Fastball looking, outer edge. It's 2-2. He's trying to climb back into this outing here. He's already thrown 15 pitches, has given up 3 runs, and retired just one batter. Heaney comes set, lifts his glove, looks back the runner. The pitch on the way. Fastball just misses outside wide, full count. So a full count to Tucker. Alvarez stands on second. McCormick on deck. Houston trying to blow this wide open in the first inning. The 3-2 pitch from Heaney. Lets her fly, swung on, comebacker to the mound. Heaney looks back the runner from second, flips it over to first, and it's an easy 2-3 put out. There's 2 away. Two outs here in the top of the first inning. Jose Urquidy is the pitcher for tonight for the Houston Astros. Already with a 3-0 lead. He'd love a little more. McCormick takes the first pitch up high, 92 miles an hour, misses a few inches above. It's 1-0. Chas McCormick batting .316 this postseason. He does have an RBI. Alvarez on second, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Bender misses well inside. It's 2-0. So he starts him off with the fastball up high. then misses in with the bender. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and pops it back foul out of play. It's 2-1. They're calling that pitch a slider, but honest engine, it's really more of a curve. It's a very slow pitch. You got a 2-1 count. Houston leads it 3-0. The pitch on the way. Fastball misses high, 3-1. Standing on deck is Jeremy Pena. Maldonado in the hole. 3-1 count. Heaney comes set. Lets her fly. Misses high, ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk, and Heaney, that's going to be it. Bruce Bochy has seen enough. 22 pitches into the game, 3 runs given up. We'll get a pitching change. Looks like it'll be Dane Dunning coming out of the pen. Rangers trail 3-0.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns.
Welcome back. Dane Dunning comes in, the right-hander, runner on first and second. 2 outs. The first pitch on the way is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Jeremy Pena stands at the plate. You got runners on first and second, 2 outs. The score is 3-0. Top of the first, if you're listening to us on radio. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch lets go. Down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Dunning called on earlier than expected by anybody. I think a lot of folks expected Dunning to be called around the early to mid innings, but not in the first, obviously. The 2-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. So he's going slider, fastball in, then the fastball right there at the knees over the dish. The 2-1 pitch to Pena. Swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt. Might have been his slider. It's 2-2. Houston 3, Texas 0. Top of the first inning. Texas fans waving their terrible towels, trying to get everybody on their feet to Will Dunning through. The 2-2. Dunning comes set, looks back. Alvarez at second. The pitch on the way. Slider down and away. Ball 3. So you got a full count now, and the runners will be off to the races with 2 away. Maldonado stands on deck. Though a light-hitting catcher, he did have a couple of big hits last night. The 3-2 pitch swing. Baltimore chopper high on the ground, barehanded by Seager. He fires it over to first. The throw's going to pull first baseman low off the bag. He wouldn't have got him anyways. And it's an infield single for Pena. Second high Baltimore chopper we've seen in this series. Last night, it was a clean one hopper that Altuve was able to grab and quickly flip to first. But that one there, a 2-hopper that Seager had to barehand to make the play, but like I said, the Pena beat the throw regardless. First pitch on the way to Maldonado is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Texas trying to keep the line right where it is at 3-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there. Kisses the black on the inner half. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Dunning rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. Good slider that time. It's 1-2. That's the slider that if Dunning's hitting that pitch, he's really hard to hit because it looks like the fastball and it takes a nosedive at the last second. First few sliders he has thrown tonight were kind of flattened in the dirt, but that was a good one. You got a 1-2 count, bases juiced. 2 outs. Dunning comes set, the pitch on the way. Just below the knees inside. 93 sinker misses, evens up the count at 2-2. Ducks all over the pond. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 3. So he was up 1-2 and now nibbling away has run the count full. And Bochy's got to be beside himself. You got a full count. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The runners will be on the move. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him, but not before the Houston Astros put 3 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Radio, bringing you the American League Championship Series.
Shouldn't you be at work by now?
Work? It's raining. I called in sick. I don't work in the rain.
You don't work in the rain. You're a mailman. Neither rain nor sleet. It's the first one.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Men who were crazy about baseball were called bugs and cranks. Women who shared their excitement were cranklets. Later, they would be called fans, short either for baseball fanciers or fanatics.
Welcome back, Jose Urquidy, grabbing the ball. First pitch on the way to the right-hander, Marcus Semien, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Kerry says, what do you think about all this series? I'm not sure exactly what the question is. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1. If you're talking about the series in general, I didn't think it was going to be an easy series for either one. I've kind of felt they knew each other really well. In a 7-game series, you're probably going to have kind of a tug of war. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, 2-1. One thing is for sure, Texas has to find a way to scratch out at least one victory here in Arlington. You don't want to have to go back to Houston needing 2 wins. And I know they got the first 2 in Houston, but that's a tall task. The 2-1 pitch, inside, ball 3. This is the one that, to me, was most up in the air because you got Urquidy versus what is essentially a bullpen game. And Urquidy has pitched well in the postseason so far, but he was really up and down in the regular season. So it really depends on what Urquidy we get tonight. The 3-1 pitch, swing, fouls it back out of play. 3-2. I'm hoping Urquidy goes 5-6 innings though, because I'm pulling for Director to hit his bets. He's been very generous helping out the channel here, so I'm definitely pulling for Urquidy to get deep so that he can continue to do well. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is hammered into center field. Coming in, making the running catch is Dubon, and there's one away. And if you ask me which team I'm pulling for in this series, the answer is the team that can beat Philadelphia. Honestly. I mean, it'd be cool to see a new team in the World Series with Texas, but not at the expense of letting Philly winning the World Series, right? That'll bring Corey Seager to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Seager is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I would like to see, there was a part of me that thought maybe Philly sweeping Arizona would be the best way to get Philly to come out cold in the World Series. The 1-0 pitch swung on, popped up high, not very deep, playable into left field. Making the catch is McCormick, and there's quickly 2 away. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the Diamondbacks win. I just don't think it's realistic to think they're going to. One thing's for sure, they're going to have to win all 3 games in Arizona. I give Texas a lot better chance of winning 2 games in Houston than Arizona winning 2 in Philly if it goes back there 3-2. Urquidy comes set. The first pitch on the way to the rookie Carter is swung on, foul back out of play. Slaps up against the backstop behind home plate. It's 0-1. I think a lot of folks are always pulling for the underdogs. I mean, that's kind of like it's kind of the American story, right? But how realistic it is to see Arizona win that series, I don't know. The 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. But if a baseball team gets hot, it's really hard to stop them. So it was neat to see them get that win tonight. At least it is a series. If they didn't get that win tonight, I think it would have been a 4-game sweep. I don't think there would have been much fight left in Arizona. So we'll see what they got tomorrow now. So an 0-2 count to Carter. Nobody on, 2 outs. Urquidy just 10 pitches into the game. He's got a 3-0 lead. The pitch on the way in the dirt. Did he go around? They're going to check down third base line. They said he did not. Third base umpire Stu Sherwater said that he held up. It's 1-2. I agree with everything y'all are saying about that. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Just misses outside. 2-2. 2-2 count. Your Quiddy comes set. The pitch on the way, swung on, popped up, foul out of play. We'll do it again. Your Quiddy has a basic repertoire: fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup. Doesn't have a dominating fastball, but uses it to keep you off balance. The 2-2 delivery. Swung on, had to reach for it, pops it up. Can of corn just past the infield. That'll be an easy play. Pena makes it, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. A clean inning for your Quiddy after grabbing a 3-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the second on the way.
I mean, what now between me and you?
Oh, that what now? I tell you what now between me and you. There is no me and you. Not no more.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper.
Welcome back. Houston Astros going back to the mound, going back to the plate, excuse me. And we are at the top of the second inning, and they went through the entire lineup the first time through, so it'll be Altuve leading off. He bangs it off the plate, foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Thank you, director. Man, they really don't have much belief in your Quiddy, do they? 12.5 outs. It's a little surprising that guy with his resume. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into the left field corner. Is it fair? Appears to be just foul. At least let's hope so, because the left fielder, Carter, quit chasing after it. It's either foul or we got an Eddie Rosario situation going on down there. Can you believe that Eddie Rosario is up for the Golden Glove in left field? What a joke. The 0-2 pitch swung on, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. He was one of 3 finalists. I don't believe he's going to win, but still, for him to be even in the conversation is just it really cheapens the award. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on, rifled into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. And there's one on, nobody out. Now Altuve back causing problems again here in the top of the inning. One on, nobody out. Righty-righty matchup, the pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. For those that might have missed it, the Golden Glove finalist for your Atlanta Braves as the 1-0 pitch drifts inside for a ball, 2-0. Eddie Rosario, that was one of these kids is doing his own thing. It didn't make any sense. Michael Harris the second and Austin Riley. I believe Michael's going to win it. I have a hard time believing they'll give it to anybody but Arenado at third. The 2-0 pitch called for a strike right there on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The ump cam is just so incredibly bad, and Fox continues to use it. So a 2-1 count, swung on, bang foul down the third base line, 2-2. Houston 3, Texas nothing. Altuve on first, could be on the move with 2 strikes. Pitch on the way, swung on. Bang foul down the third base line once again. We'll do it. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Dunning lets her go. Just reaches out there and taps that one foul off the plate. 2-2. Texas leads this series 2-1. Obviously, if they don't come back and win tonight, all that will be lost. The 2-2 pitch swung on, bang foul down the right field line. We'll do it again. Good at bat by Dubon right there. Nothing else. He's making Dunning work. The 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up, but Dunning flips it over to first one more time. Nobody out. Runner on first. The 2-2 count. Kicks and deals. Check swing. Did he go around? Looked like he did. He did. Strike 3. Second strikeout of the night for Dunning. Dubon just couldn't quite hold up. He tried to hold his bat back, but he went around, and there's one away. That'll bring Bregman to the plate. Quick flip over to first. Altuve, that was close. He almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Just got under the tag. Pretty good move by Dunning. He might have been setting him up earlier. Dunning was kind of nonchalantly kind of tossing it over there the first couple of times. That one was a quick flip. Taking another look at it. I believe he got back in, but it was close, really close. They're showing the replay. Actually, I'm not as positive as I was a second ago. They've got another angle. He may have got him. Oh, they are challenging it. That second look, that second angle that was from the first base dugout, it looks like that glove got his arm just before he got his hand in there. The original look to it that they keep showing over and over is really a bad look because you can't tell his hand kind of disappears behind the foot of Lowe. But the second look, he hits his arm, and then his hand slides into the base. He got him. Whether or not they overturned it, that's a different story. We know how we've seen this unfold throughout the year. And you really get an idea of how small Altuve is when they show him standing next to anybody. He is coming up to about the belly button of Nathaniel Lowe, who's not considered a very imposing player. I'll never forget that picture they used to show for a long time of him standing next to Aaron Judge. Challenge, waiting for that challenge to come back. Runner at first, 1 out, top of the second inning. Altuve was called safe, so that's the thing. They're going to have to undoubtedly find him out to overturn it. Here comes the call from the crew chief, and he says he's safe. You're going to get a lot of boos from the crowd, and I can't blame him. That was a bad call. Bad job by the guys in New York. But not surprising. They have not been very good since they implemented the replay rule. I'd say they get 50 to 60% of those calls right. First pitch on the way to Bregman off the challenge is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So, of course, that now means that Texas will be out of challenges. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Bregman 1 for 1 with the 2-run triple. I was a little surprised that they did challenge it because of the fact that you could lose the challenge. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, 2-1. You still got a long way to go. And to lose that challenge over a runner on first, miscalculation by Texas. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Caught looking, outer edge for a strike. It's 2-2. I like the idea of the replay, Kerry. I think that they've got to clean up whoever it is that's making the calls. I think they're afraid to overturn calls when it's very apparent. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and fisted foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. I call it the common sense call, meaning you see the replay, and I don't care if you can't tell 1,000% that a guy's safe or out or whatever the argument is. You could make a deduction on how it went down, and you don't see them do that. They don't have people with instincts in there. The 2-2 pitch misses outside wide, slider well wide of the dish. It's 3-2. So a full count to Bregman. Alvarado stands on deck. The pitch on the way, ball 4. Fastball nowhere near the zone. Altuve was going on the pitch. Didn't matter. And now you got a mess because you got runners on first and second, just 1 out. One of the hottest hitters in baseball coming to the plate. Alvarado, 6 home runs this postseason. Was hitting 407 coming into tonight, now 429. He has 11 RBIs. 1 for 1 with the single in the first. First pitch on the way to Alvarado is a curveball. Misses inside. I guess it's 1-0. They're not going to give Dunning that call. He's going to have a hard time getting Alvarez out. Pitch looked like it was right there on the edge. To be able to get a batter like Alvarado out, if you don't get that call, you're going to be in trouble. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, hit hard back up the middle, scooped by the second baseman, Semien, throws off his back foot, fires it down to first, and it is a 4-3. Alvarado beats the throw by a hair, almost an inning-ending double play. Bochy won't be able to challenge it anyways. He had to throw off his back foot. Does look like that Alvarado's right foot hit the bag just a moment before the ball was in Lowe's glove. So runners on the corners, 2 outs, and Abreu, the batter. Dunning fires the first pitch to Abreu. Curveball, top of the zone, clips it, but doesn't get the call. It's 1-0. Jose Abreu, 0 for 1. Ground out in the first. He's got 3 home runs this postseason. Dunning, the right-hander, delivers. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 1-1. You got to figure Abreu's going to get something to hit here because he does not want to face Kyle Tucker with the bases loaded. The 1-1, pitch on the way. Slider misses well off the plate. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Runners on the corners. As much as I'm not in favor of the the artificial intelligence and whatnot, I am in favor of robo-umps. The 2-1 pitch swung on, banged on the ground. Seager's got it, flips it over to second. A 6-4 putout will end the inning. So Astros threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here. Game 4 of the American League Championship Series in Arlington.
Well, you can try the public pool, but...
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion.
We're out of here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Sir, I cannot believe that just happened in this day and age.
I know. I can't believe there's such a big list.
Don't you get it, dude? They'll always be at capacity for us. He called us lower class.
You called us lower class? Yeah, but I wouldn't argue with that, dude. We're definitely lower class.
Well, yeah, I'm not disputing that fact, dude. I'm saying we shouldn't get boxed out.
Honestly, I just want to go swimming. Should we suck it up and go to the public pool?
Gross, dude. I will not go to that disgusting public pool.
People there are gross.
Let's get it.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
This 1-3. Dunning was able to quiet the Astros offense to a degree last top inning, Rangers will try to climb back into this one. The first pitch on the way, Alex Garcia is swung on and rifled foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Garcia, 2 for 11 in this series with just 2 RBI. The 0-1 pitch from Urquidy. Swing and a miss outside, 92 on the black. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Up high, misses. So a 1-2 count to Garcia. Texas trails 3-0. Urquidy turns and deals. Swung on, fouled back, out of play. We'll do it again. Jacksonville Jaguars lead the Saints 7-3 towards the end of the first quarter in the National Football League tonight. Trevor Lawrence did play. There was a question on whether or not he would. The 1-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. Ball 2-2. Good take by Garcia. That pitch down below the knees trying to get him to chase. Astros 3, Rangers nothing. Time is called. Garcia will walk out of the box for a second. Urquidy, by the way, just at 19 pitches. So pretty economical first inning. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is belted down the left field line. Is it fair? It is gone. Ramalama ding dong, a solo blast. And it is 3-1. Texas is back into this one. He hit it high and deep and out of the left field corner. And holy cow, did that get out in a quick 379 feet down the line, 101 miles an hour off the bat. And the Texas Rangers have life once again. Bit of a hanger. He did not miss. So 3-1 your score. A little bit of a charge in the Texas dugout after getting off the mat a little bit. The first pitch on the way to the right-handed Garver is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch inside, ball 2-0. The 2-0 count on the way. High and inside, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. Urquidy a little bit on the ropes right now. The pitch on the way right there at the knees. Good pitch by Urquidy. It's 3-1. Mitch Garver, just 1 for 11 in this series. He'll be a free agent at season's end. The 3-1 pitch, curve slider just off the plate. Man, oh man, I don't know how he didn't swing at that one. It was out of the zone, but that was a nasty wiffle ball type bender. That if you're watching this, that was I don't know how I almost swung at it and I'm not even in the building. So 3-1 your score. Garver will head down to first. Tomorrow's pregame show, we're going over the free agent, possible free agent targets for the Atlanta Braves. And I was looking it over it this afternoon, and one of the guys that jumped out at me was Mitch Garver. Not for the Braves. The Braves have no interest in signing a catcher, but it'll be interesting to see what he garners because he's always been a good hitter. He's gotten to the point now where he's pretty much a DH. First pitch on the way to Jonah Heim is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Urquidy lets her fly, misses high. 1-1. Jonah Heim tall left-handed backstop, digs in, the pitch swung on, that ball's lifted high, doesn't look very deep, coming back, making the catch is Dubon for a loud out number 1. Heim, I believe, thought he hit it harder or farther than he did. Looked like he just got underneath it. So a big out by Urquidy to kind of settle things down here. 3-1 your score. We're just in the bottom of the second inning. Coming to the plate, Nathaniel Lowe, the left-hander, stands in. The first pitch is a bender down below the knees inside. It's 1-0. Lowe batting .206 this postseason. It's really surprised me seeing the numbers on the Rangers as well as they've played in the postseason. They don't have a lot of hitters that seem like that have been that hot. The 1-0 pitch is banged foul. It's 1-1. Urquidy at 30 pitches now. He wants to keep that number under control. Could really use a double play ball here. The 1-1 pitch swung on, slice foul down the left field line. It hits the ground. Was it fair? I believe it was fair. Went out of view for a second, but it looks like it falls in fair, and it is a double for Lowe. I don't know if McCormick lost it in the lights. He's looking up high like he might have lost it in the lights. At first glance, it looked like he just couldn't quite get to it, but he's looking up in the rafters somewhere. He had a long way to go. And I thought he was going to get to it, but the ball came down and he kind of short-stepped it. And a high carom off the ground allowed Garver and Lowe to move up 2 bases. So a sticky wicket here for Jose Urquidy and the Astros. You got runners on second and third, just one out. Miller, the pitching coach, is out there talking to him right now. The entire infield is out there to settle down Urquidy. Really wasn't that bad of a pitch. One of those hit them where they ain't type swings. So that'll bring Josh Young. And remember what he did last night. It wasn't enough. The Astros won the game, but he did go 2 for 4 with 2 home runs and 4 RBI. First pitch on the way to Young is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Urquidy, 32 pitches. I don't think Dusty would be quick to pull him because they need him to go quite a distance. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. But at the same token, Dusty doesn't want to fall behind 3-1. Astros defense are back and playing to pull. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Standing on deck is Tavares. And though Young is the much more dangerous hitter, the thing about if you walk Young to get to Tavares, he's going to be hard to double up with his speed. The 2-1 from Urquidy. Pitch on the way, swung on, bang, foul down the third base line. Do it again at 2-2. Runners on second and third, 1 out, a 2-2 count. Astros lead it 3-1, bottom of 2. Deuces wild here in the Lone Star State. Time is called. Josh Young wants a second to think it over. He'll step out of the box. Home plate umpire Doug Eddings raises his hand to alert Urquidy. Young gets back in the box, and we're just about set once again. So a 2-2 count. A single would most likely tie it. He's gone fastball, sweeper, sweeper, fastball. The pitch on the way. Just misses outside wide. Tried to get him to chase that bender off the dish. It's a full count to Young. It really feels like he's pitching around Young. And you can't necessarily blame him. That may have been the conversation with the pitching coach Miller when he went to the mound. The 3-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hit high, fairly deep into left field. It'll stay in the park. Making the catch is McCormick. He'll fire it into the infield, but the Rangers do tag up and score. It's 3-2 here in the bottom of the second. Smart play by the left fielder McCormick. He throws it to third base to keep the runner at second, standing right there. Of course, Lowe doesn't have great speed, though he may score on a base hit. It's not a given. That'll bring Tavares to the plate. He takes the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Letty Tavares, 320 average, 1 home run, 3 RBI in the postseason. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one. It's 0-2. So we went fastball changeup off the edge to get him out in front. The 0-2 count. Top of the order, due up. Urquidy comes set. His 40th pitch of the night. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him out in front on that one. Pulled the string, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Texas Rangers put 2 on the board. We got ourselves a ball game in the Lone Star State. It's 3-2. We'll be back in a flash.
It's not whether you win or lose. It's like the team that wins is the one that has the most fun. You know, that crap like that. You know, all this stuff that's contaminated America where they give every kid a trophy and they don't keep scoring Little League anymore.
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Welcome back. They will keep Dane Dunning in the game. Dunning fires the first pitch in there. Looked like a curveball down below the knees to Tucker. They said he went around. It's 0-1. Kyle Tucker. It's hard to believe he's batting 120 in this postseason. First pitch on the 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on, banged on the ground over to short. It's going to be a routine 6-3 put out for out number one. That is very hard to believe. Kyle Tucker, one of the better, not just one of the better batters in the American League, one of the better hitters in the postseason the last several years. Only a matter of time before he gets hot. You're just jumping in and trying to get caught up on what's going on in the world of sport. Philadelphia Phillies dropped a game today. They are still lead the series 2-1 as the first pitch on the way to McCormick is swung on, grounded over to third. Josh Young scoops it, flips it, fires it over to first. Across the diamond it goes. 5-3 put out in there's quickly 2 away. Arizona walked off the Phillies this afternoon or this evening, 2-1, bottom of the 9th inning. Really well-pitched game by their youngster, Brendan Pfaadt. He went toe-to-toe with Ranger Suarez. We know how tough of a customer he is. First pitch on the way from Dunning to Pena is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. That first pitch, Dunning probably could have just tossed it over the plate. Pena wasn't swinging. He did not want that to be a 4-pitch inning. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Dunning's starting to get that slider going. He's a very, very difficult pitcher to read because there are times where he goes out there and his lights out, and there's other times where he can't get out of his own way and doesn't make it out of the 3rd, 4th inning. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. They don't have the same stuff, but almost reminds me of the way Ian Anderson was, where you didn't know who was going to show up to the park. Welcome in. The 2-2 pitch, caught, looking, strike 3, right there at the knees. Pena doesn't like it. Might have been a touch low. We're probably too close to take with 2 strikes. We'll be back in a flash. We got ourselves a ball game here in Texas.
She's gone.
Well, what do you mean gone?
Gone.
Where?
After 18 years of marriage, don't make me make you an accessory after the fact.
An accessory after the... Holy...
Stop asking.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I took care of it.
That was not a marriage made in heaven.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Marcus Semien, top of the Texas Ranger order. Called for a strike on the outer edge. He didn't like it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Up top for a strike, 0-2. Houston 3, Texas 2. Bottom of the third inning. Righty-righty matchup. Urquidy lets her fly. Swing and pops it up. Bending over towards foul territory. Just out of play. Past the first base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Jacksonville all over the Saints right now. It's 14-3 in the second quarter in that one. So a 3-2 count. Bottom of the third, nobody out. The pitch on the way, swung on, just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again. 3-2 your score, 0-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Semien digs in, pitch going the way, swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line, but foul. Just foul, almost got down there in the corner. We'll do it again. Standing on deck, Corey Seager, Evan Carter in the hole. Urquidy looking for a clean 1-2-3 inning. The 0-2 pitch swung on, fisted, popped it up, high in the sky. Making the catch is Abreu. And there's one away. Urquidy looking for that bounce back inning after giving up a couple of runs in the second. He had a clean 1-2-3 in the first. Houston, all of their scoring took place in the first, so they did threaten in the second inning. Corey Seager comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, 321 average in the postseason. First pitch swinging, first pitch high and deep, going back on the track. That ball is gone. Over the wall. And it is a solo shot that has tied up this game. Corey Seager has been swinging early and often in this series, and that one paid off. It's a tie ball game. I'll tell you what, this ball is flying out of the park these past couple of nights. They've got the roof open, both sides. The ball is going much further than you think it's going to. Thinking a lot of parks, that ball stays in. Corey Seager ties the game up. We got a brand new game, 3-3. Urquidy goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Carter is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Floated it right in there for a strike. It's 1-1. I don't think they'll be super quick to pull him, so as long as he settles down a little bit. The 1-1 swung on, lifted high into left field, just getting out in front of it. A nifty play by Pena. He catches it on the carom. The ball was over his head. He runs it down off the carom, turns around and fires it to second base to keep the runner at bay, and it'll just look like a single in the books. Carter continues the hot bat. That was one of those C&I singles, hit them where they ain't. But a good play by Pena to keep it to just the one base. He had a long way to go. They had him in the shift. And not only did he run it down, I think I left out the part, it was a barehanded grab that he turned around and then fired it to the infield. First pitch on the way to Garcia is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Garcia 1-for-1 with a solo shot. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, bends him back a little bit. It's 1-1. The 1-1. They're going to flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. Carter is a threat to go. Houston and Texas tied at 3 apiece. The 1-1 pitch just misses outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Your Quiddy doesn't like it. Looked like it might have grabbed the edge. One of those 50-50 pitches, depending on what ball cap you're wearing, on whether or not you think it's a ball or a strike. Stanek is warming up in the bullpen. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded just past Pena's glove, dribbles into the left field. They got runners on first and second. 1 out. Runner on first and second, 1 down. Your Quiddy is at 54 pitches here in the third inning. And coming out is Dusty Baker. That's normally not a good sign. Your Quiddy looking down at the mound. I don't know if he's thinking, as long as I don't make eye contact with him, maybe he'll walk right by me. Looks like Dusty, well, maybe he's not. He didn't come right out there and ask for the ball. He's going out there to talk to him. Dusty Baker is old school. No, he isn't going to take the ball. Okay. That'll be it for your Quiddy. I thought maybe Dusty was going out there to say something to him, but instead we're heading to the bullpen, and the game is tied. We'll be back in a flash. Got ourselves an old-fashioned shootout here out west.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames. John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Welcome back. Ryan Stenek is going to be the reliever, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Stanek is swung on, bounced over to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. One pitch, and the Astros are out of the jam. So just like that, we'll head to the fourth inning. A new game. It's tied 3-3, top of the fourth.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old. What we are is young, exciting, hardworking, and going to improve. And as soon as they realize that those three guys are not coming through that door, the better this town will be for all of us. I wish we had $90 million under the salary cap. Wish we could buy the world. We can't.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of your existence. It's part of our heritage.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back. We're heading to the top of the fourth, and we got ourselves a tie ball game. First pitch on the way. Dane Dunning, who's back out there, is out there for a strike at the number 9 hitter, Martin Maldonado. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on the outer edge. It's 0-2. It's funny you mentioned that, Kerry. If I can get a hold of the stream and find the games, I was planning on possibly doing some of the winter ball leagues as we get closer to, I believe December, January is where it really heats up. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, 1-2. But it was so hit or miss last year on whether or not you could get the broadcast, and you never knew till the last second. I'm hoping they've cleaned that up a little bit. The 1-2 pitch on the way, down below the knees, evens up the count at 2-2. I remember we were planning on doing one last offseason, and I don't remember the exact particulars. The 2-2 pitch misses outside wide, ball 3-2. And the game, it was advertised as coming on at 7:00, and they never explained why, but it started a couple hours early. 3-2 pitch, down below the knees. Ball 4, Maldonado works himself a walk to start the top of the fourth. You wonder how long of a leash Dunning will have. He's pitched pretty well coming out of the pen. But he's about to see this dangerous Astro lineup another time through. Jose Altuve stands in. First pitch on the way to Altuve is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and banged hard on the ground. Just foul. We'll do it again. I don't think he would have been able to double him up. Altuve runs so well. That ball stays fair. Maybe you get the force at second, but I can't imagine Altuve would have been out. The 1-1. High and inside, almost gets him. Altuve hits the ground. Appears to be okay. Almost like a brushback pitch, but I don't believe that was the intent. I think it just got away. A little bit of acting by Altuve. He dropped the bat, flipped the helmet off his head, the whole 9 yards. The 2-1 pitch, down and away, 3-1. Yeah. I had 2 years of I actually had 3 years of Spanish if you count college, but if you think I remember any of it, it's been a long time since I've used it. The 3-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. High and out of the zone, ball 4. So here comes Mike Maddox, the pitching coach. Dunning has walked the first 2 batters here in the inning. Runner on first and second, nobody out. Tie game here in Texas. It's 3-3. As Maddox is out there talking to Dunning. Much longer leash than I expected. I thought Bochy would be a little more aggressive getting him out of there, especially with the Rangers now back in this game. First pitch on the way to Dubon is swung on and sliced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit into right field. Here comes Garcia, who is charging the ball. He'll keep Maldonado from scoring. Kind of a quick slice swing that got past the shift of the infield. But Maldonado does not run well. He runs slow even when you're comparing catcher speed. But bases are loaded. Nobody out. Alex Bregman, the batter, first pitch on the way, is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. That's the bad news for Texas. The worst news is Alvarado stands on deck. Bases loaded. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, check, swing, foul. It's 1-1. These two teams back at it tomorrow afternoon, 5 o'clock. First pitch, we'll have it right here. The 1-1. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the left field line. Foul. That was almost a grand salami. So a 1-2 count. Dunning at 60 pitches, by the way. Remember, he didn't come in till the 1-2, down and in, 2-2. He came in after the game was already 3-0, relieving the starting pitcher, Heaney, who had a terrible outing. Bases loaded, nobody out. The 2-2 count, pitch on the way. Swung on, hammered foul down the right field line. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Two-two count. Bases loaded. Dunning fires and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Bregman just out in front of that changeup, and there's one away. So Dunning gets that all-important first out. And then Alvarado is a double play candidate. At the same token, he's one of the hottest hitters in baseball. And he will not face him. They're going to go get the left-hander. We'll be back in a flash. Bases loaded. Alvarado coming to the plate in a tie ball game.
It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Welcome back. Bases juiced. Yordan Alvarez to face Corey Bradford. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way, 90 miles an hour. Up top, just misses high. It's 1-0. One down. Bradford will be trying to either induce a pop out or a double play. I think they would even take just one run given up in this situation. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, fisted, foul, back out of play. We'll do it again. Still very early on, just here in the fourth inning. Top of the fourth, one out. The 1-1 pitch. Bradford lets her fly. Fastball, top of the zone, first strike. He didn't like it. Can't say I blame him. It's 1-2. Alvarado is steaming under his breath. It did look like it was a touch high. Alvarez calls for timeout. Rangers fans are on their feet, excuse me. Big moment here. Bases loaded. One out. The 1-2 from Bradford. Southpaw delivers. Down below the knees. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. nowhere to put Alvarez, and he knows it. Bases juiced. The pitch on the way. Swing at him. Did he get it? Pops it back foul, 2-2. Do apologize. The terrible camera work by Fox is throwing me off a little bit. They keep going back behind home plate with the shaky umpire head cam. You can't tell what's going on. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball just misses high, ball 3. Full count from Bradford. Alvarez, nowhere to put him. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit high. Will it stay in play? Bending out of play, foul. We'll do it again. Full count to Alvarez. Bases loaded, just one out. A fly ball would give the Astros the lead. Lefty-lefty matchup. Rangers are in double play depth in the infield. The pitch on the way. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. The pitch might have been a touch outside, but Alvarez didn't want to take the chance. The way that strike zone has been, you can't blame him for swinging at that. Full count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is belted deep into center field, going back on the track at the 410 mark. They'll make the catch. Tavares makes the catch, tagging up and scoring and taking the lead. It's 4-3 Houston Astros. Just about anywhere else in that ballpark, and it is a grand slam. He absolutely hammered that ball. Just missed a home run. And all in all, if you're Bradford, you're breathing a sigh of relief. If you can get out of this jam now. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Houston with the 1-run lead. That'll bring Abreu to the plate. First pitch to Abreu is swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Bradford turns, kicks, and deals. Swing, and fouls it straight back. So an 0-2 count, runners on the corners. Houston leads it 4-3. 2 outs, 2 strikes, 2 on, deuces wild in the Lone Star State. Bradford kicks and deals. Fastball misses high. 1-2. Corey Bradford going back to work. The southpaw looks back the runner at first. 1-2 pitch on the way. Down below the knees. Heim wanted that call. Looked like it missed just a touch below. Evens up the count at 2-2. Bradford looks over his shoulder. The runner at third comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back. We'll do it again. Astros 4, Rangers 3. A 2-2 count. Bradford looking back the runner once again at third, stares over at first. The left-hander turns and deals. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. A 3-run bomb, and Houston leads it 7-3. Jose Abreu, 3-run shot. And just like that, Houston back on top by 4. Feels like one of these games, the seesaw affair is going to I think the over-under tonight was 11, 10.5, 11, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think that's what I saw. And they're already right there. He threw a tater right down the plate. First pitch on the way to Tucker is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. You do wonder why Bradford and the Rangers, why they didn't just pitch around Abreu and walk him to face the left-hander. They did have an open base at second. The 0-1 pitch misses high. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Heim wants to come out there and talk to Bradford for a second. Quick update in the NFL. The Jacksonville Jaguars lead the Saints 17-6. Looks like that's going to half. In the world of college football, there are a couple of games tonight, none of great interest, but Rice leads Tulsa 35-10. And James Madison leads Marshall 20-9 in the fourth. The 1-1 pitch to Tucker swung on, bang, foul down the first baseline. It's 1-2. They've got one college football game on tomorrow night, SMU and Temple, and then a pretty good slate this Saturday. The 1-2 pitch. Time is called. Believe we're getting an automatic ball called on Bradford. For you football fans, we'll be doing the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show this Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon, to get you ready for all the action. The 2-2 pitch. Off the plate wide. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. That's going to be going over onto our sister YouTube channel, Armchair QB Radio. The 3-2 pitch swung on, hit high and deep into center field, going back, making the catch at the warning track. Tavares for a loud out number 3. But not before the Houston Astros put 4 on the board. Texas will try to get back in this. It's 7-3, bottom of 4.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
You're 5 feet nothing, 100 and nothing, and you got hardly a speck of athletic ability. And you hung in with the best college football team in the land for 2 years. And you're also going to walk out of here with a degree from the University of Notre Dame. In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself. And after what you've gone through, if you haven't done that by now, it ain't going to never happen.
Welcome back. 7-3 your score. Sounds like a daunting task, but at one point it was 3-0 and Texas got back in it. First pitch on the way from Hunter Brown is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Heim, Lowe, Young are due up in this inning. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-1. Hunter Brown, the young right-hander, turns and deals. Swing and a miss. 97 up top. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Brown lets her fly. Swung on. That ball is sliced into left field. Coming in, making the catches, McCormick, and there's one away. Yeah, I think they'll live to regret not pitching around Abreu. You had the left-hander. You had an open base at second. You could have walked, or you could have pitched around Abreu to get to the struggling Tucker. The Tucker's a good hitter. You're talking about a lefty-lefty matchup against a guy that has been struggling at the plate. First pitch on the way from Brown is a fastball taken for a strike up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. Once again, they're interviewing Dusty Baker in the middle of the inning. It just unbelievably, just tasteless job by Fox doing this. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, slice, foul down the line. It's 1-2. And I'm not going to get on to the guys that are down there interviewing because I'm sure they're being told by their producers, but it's a bad look. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 97 up top. And there's 2 away. Stratton is warming up in the bullpen down for Texas, so assuming he's coming out for the 5th. First pitch on the way to Josh Young is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Houston 7, Texas 3. The 0-1 pitch. Misses. Hits the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-2. He's thrown 2 98-mile-an-hour fastballs to Young. Young has taken them both. Young batting .355 in this series, in this postseason. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball looking, strike 3. 99 miles an hour, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Good shutdown inning by Brown. We'll be back in a flash. Heading to the top of the 5th inning. Game number 4 of the ALCS.
This is to anybody watching the Alabama game right now against South Florida, who lost to Western Kentucky in week 1. We're riding the struggle bus. What in the buffoonery and gainery is this? Is Mike Sheila the coach again? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, this is sad and pathetic. Roll Tide anyway, but like, oh!
Well, season's right.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. A report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back. We are heading to the top of the 5th inning. Houston with a 7-3 lead. Still a long way to go, but the Rangers want to stay in this. They got to keep it right where it's at. Astros offense is woken up here in Arlington. First pitch on the way. Righty-righty matchup as the right-hander Chris Stratton enters the game. To Chas McCormick is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away for a ball. Slider misses. 1-1. Houston 7, Texas 3, top of 5. Game number 4. Texas leads the series 2-1. This would even it up if the score held the same. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is lasered into left field. Coming in, making the catch is the rookie Evan Carter for out number 1. Good running catch by the left fielder. Jeremy Pena is now the batter. He's 1 for 2. Singled in the first inning. First pitch on the way to Pena is inside and down. Called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Tomorrow night's game, or I should say tomorrow evening, first pitch is 5:07. We'll have it here, pitch by pitch, play by play. Jordan Montgomery is expected to go up against Justin Verlander. The 0-1 pitch, right there, first strike. It's 0-2. Should be a heck of a pitching matchup. 2-0 was the score in game 1. Give you an idea of how good those two pitchers went at it. The 0-2 pitch, right there at the knees, caught, looking, strike 3. Home plate umpire Doug Innings did the double punch out. They're still away. Might have been a touch low, but, well, looking at it again, I guess it was in there. Maldonado comes to the plate, the number 9 hitter. He'll take the first pitch, 92 miles an hour at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Stratton lets her go. Down below the zone, 1-1. Looked like he was trying to get him to chase the change. The 1-1 from Stratton. Turns and flips it in there. Swung on, bang, foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Maldonado will call for time. Houston leads this game 7-3. The pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Chasing back behind home plate is Heim. It'll get into the crowd. We'll do it again. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Houston. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Texas. Houston got 3 in the first and 4 in the fourth. Texas scored 2 in the first and 1 in the third. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So a good bounce back inning by the Rangers, 3 up, 3 down. We come back. Tavares in the top of the order for Texas on the way.
Dad, look, all I ever have is a bran muffin and a touch of yogurt.
Girly food. Besides, I already fixed your breakfast. Now, I made you eggs in a nest.
Ah, yes. Fried eggs, swimming in fat, served in a delightfully hollowed-out piece of white bread. I can almost hear my left ventricle slamming shut as I speak.
Soldiers in both armies played ball whenever and wherever they could. Just like boys, one of them remembered.
If there was any transforming incident in the history of baseball, as in the history of this country, it was the Civil War. Play in the 1840s and 50s was not for the middle class. It was not for the working class. It was reserved for so-called gentlemen. Play became democratic when it became portable. It became a people's game.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Welcome back. Hunter Brown will hit the bump again. He'll fire the first pitch to Tavares, the number 9 hitter, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, misses high. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup to start the bottom of the 5th inning. Houston leads it 7-3. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires. Swung on, foul back out of play. 1-1. Gone fastball so far. The 1-1 down and in. Misses. Tavares bends out of the way. I think he thought that ball was closer to his leg than what it was. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Dubon, flipping it into second and keeping Tavares to a single, a leadoff single. And Texas has something cooking here in the bottom of the inning. Pretty good acrobatic play by Dubon. He's running to his left, had to scoop it, turn, and flip it with his momentum, take him towards right field, throwing the ball to second base. Pretty good throw. Taveras does have good speed. First pitch on the way to Simeon is sawed off and hit into right field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Taveras had to hold up. He almost got doubled up at second, or forced at second, but instead he's in there, and it's two leadoff hits, two singles to get the inning going. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Righty-lefty matchup, Corey Seager at the plate, who hit a home run earlier. First pitch on the way to Seager. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Hunter Brown, who went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the fifth. He's got runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-0 pitch misses well inside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Those who don't follow the American League or the Astros, Hunter Brown is one of the young right-handed stars in the American League, but he's been up and down all year long. The 2-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled over to first, and they're going to double up Simeon. Or did they? Did he get in there? They're going to say he's safe. Houston wants to look at this. Simeon started to run, realized he was about to get doubled up. Let's look at this is going to be a ticky-tack one here. It looked like that he may have tagged him on the wallet heading towards the second angle is a terrible angle that they're showing. The first angle looked like he might have gotten him on the wallet. And he definitely, if nothing else, hit his glove, the finger of his glove. This will be interesting to see how they call this, because Houston is challenging it. I don't understand why Abreu didn't dive to tag the runner. There was no need to make sure you stayed on your feet. You needed to just make sure you made contact with the runner. Abreu ran through it, leaning his glove down. He may have gotten him, but I don't know if they're going to say he's out. 2 outs. So a very, very frustrating night for the Rangers, because you look at the replays, essentially there was as much to go on that one as there was on the one that was not turned over when Altuve was picked off of first. I think what they're going to say is that his glove hit his batting glove sitting in his back pocket. First pitch on the way to Carter, swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Running back making the catch is Dubon for a loud out number 3. So a couple of real hard hit balls, but Hunter Brown's able to dance out of danger. We'll be back in a flash. American League Championship Series game number 4.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for? Business. I like it. Business. Good, Kevin. All right, the O.
We need a new manager.
lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the three outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back. Heading to the top of the sixth inning. It's about that time to turn back time. First pitch on the way to Altuve is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. Grabbed a couple more modern ones today. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. On this date, 1994, WJMP AM radio in Kent, Ohio, ends its nonstop playing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game after allegedly airing it as the 1-1 pitch is swung on, grounded over to short, 6-3 put out. Ball was hit deep in the hole. Good play by Seager, backhanded it to get Altuve. There's one away. After airing allegedly 57,161 consecutive versions of the song, which started airing on August 12th, the 1,000-watt temporarily former all-sports station began its Take Me Out to the Ball Game musical as a protest against the baseball strike. First pitch to Dubon is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Originally planning to continue its unique programming until the owners and players reached an agreement. Of course, it did not happen in October of that year. It did not happen until the spring of the following year. The 1-1 pitch from Stratton to Dubon on the way. Swing and pops it up high in the sky into right field. Coming in, making the catch is Garcia for out number 2. On this date in 1999, the Atlanta Braves stroll into a World Series berth with a 10-9 walk-off victory against the New York Mets at Turner Field. In Game 6 of the NLCS, Atlanta has their ticket punched to the Fall Classic when Kenny Rogers issues a bases on ball to Andrew Jones with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 11th to force home Gerald Williams in the winning run. First pitch to Bregman is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. No, they called that a ball. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Called first strike on the outer edge up top. 2-1. Houston 7, Texas 3. The 2-1 from Stratton. Fastball right there at the knees. Called for a ball, I guess. 3-1. Looked like a strike, and home plate umpire Doug Innings has definitely given the low strike all night long. The 3-1 from Stratton lets her fly. Swung on. That ball is belted, but foul down the left field line. Plenty gone, but plenty foul. Do it again. It's 3-2. Jacksonville leads the Saints 17-6 late in the third quarter. Not missing much there. The 3-2 pitch. Down and away. Ball 4. So a 2-out walk by Stratton will now have to face Yordan Alvarez. We'll see if they pitch to him or if they pitch around him. Standing on deck is Abreu. On this date in 2004, in a pivotal play of Game 6 in the ALCS, umpires ruled that Alex Rodriguez is out for interference after slapping the ball from Red Sox pitcher Bronson Arroyo's glove. As a result, Derek Jeter, who had scored, is ordered back to first with 2 outs rather than 1, killing a potential rally in New York's eventual 4-2 loss to Boston in Yankee Stadium. And of course, that was the famous 04 year of the comeback. We're going to have a pitching change when we come back. Yordan Alvarez coming to the plate. 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Astros lead it 7-3. We'll be back.
See a guy get the ball out.
Welcome back. Left-hander Will Smith is set to face Yordan Alvarez. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runner on first. The pitch on the way. Takes a swing and a miss at the slider in the dirt. It's 0-1. Texas trails 7-3. Rangers trying to stay in this one. Top of the 6th inning, so they still got a few more at bats. 4 more at bats left. The 0-1 pitch, down below the knees, 1-1. Yordan Alvarez, a single, a sac fly, 2 RBIs, 12 RBIs, and 6 home runs in this playoffs. Hitting over 400. The big slugger on the 1-1 count from Will Smith. Inside almost gets him on the side hip. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Sliced over towards third. Young's got it. Fires it over to first. And that'll end the inning. Texas trails by 4. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th. In the heart of the order for the Rangers coming to the plate. Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Alice Garcia is swung on. Hit high and deep into center field. Going back, making the catch is Dubon for a long, loud out number one. Hunter Brown is back out there on the mound. Rangers have been putting some good wood on some of his pitches, but just haven't gotten them to fall. And, of course, that double play really foiled their plans last inning. Righty-righty matchup. Mitch Garver takes the first pitch outside for a wide strike one. It's 0-1. Hunter Brown just 22 pitches into the night. Warming up is Matone. The 0-1 pitch. Right there, first strike again on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Might have been a touch outside, but Garver's not pushing back. So an 0-2 pitch from Hunter Brown. Pitch is up top. That looked like the best pitch of them all. Called a ball. It's 1-2. Good frame job by Maldonado, but didn't get the call. Houston 7, Texas 3. The 1-2. Swing and fists it foul back out of play over the first base dugout. 1-2. One more turn back time to do here in a second. This one is a Houston Astro one, a very memorable one. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count to Garver. Standing on deck is Heim, low in the hole. Brown turns, kicks, deals, swung on, popped up, back foul out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. These two teams at it tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We'll have first pitch right here. Justin Verlander versus Montgomery. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Should be an easy play. Pena's got it, takes his time, flips it over to first. 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away. On this date in 2019, in front of a sellout crowd in Minute Maid Park, the Astros win the AL pennant when Altuve hits a home run off of Aroldis Chapman deep in the bottom of the 9th inning, giving the team a 6-4 walk-off victory over the Yankees in Game 6 of the ALCS. Houston had blown a 4-2 lead in the top of the frame when Roberto Ozuna allowed a DJ LeMahieu to run a home run. First pitch on the way to Jonah Heim is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Of course, that's the famous did he or didn't he have an electronic device on him of Altuve where he didn't let them pull at his jersey. That's on this date in Major League Baseball history. So 1-1 count to Heim after the swing and miss. The pitch on the way. 96 miles an hour outside wide, 1-2. Brown takes a second, grabs the rosin bag, gets back on the hill. The 1-2 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Lets her go, swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Standing on deck is Lowe. Young is in the hole. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Texas trying to scratch their way back into it. 7-3 is your score. 2-1 is the series. The 1-2 pitch swung on, banged on the ground. 2-hopper into the glove of Altuve. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Texas trailing by 4, leading the series by 1.
You shut up! Well, You make me change restaurant, but nobody come. But where are people? You see people? Show me people. There are no people. You bad man. You very, very bad man.
Bad man? Could my mother have been wrong?
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime. North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Welcome back. Will Smith will stay in to face Abreu. First pitch on the way. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Due up in this inning, Abreu, Tucker, and McCormick. So I would think he's probably going to face Abreu and Tucker and then possibly get lifted. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Houston 7, Texas 3. Top of the 7th inning. Pitch on the way from Smith, down and in. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Smith comes set. The pitch on the way. Outside wide, ball 3. Standing on deck is Kyle Tucker. Smith can't let this game get any further away from Texas. Trailing by 4 runs and only 3 more innings to go. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Went after the slider there. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Abreu. He's had a 3-run home run to his name tonight. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the left field line, but plenty foul. Do it again, full count. Game 5 tomorrow, 5 p.m. Montgomery versus Verlander. The 3-2 misses high and out of the zone, ball 4. So a leadoff walk to start the 7th. After Game 5, this series will head back to Houston. Game 6 in Houston Sunday night. First pitch on the way to Tucker is a strike right there on the inner edge. It's 0-1. Tucker kind of bent out of the way there. Must not have picked it up well. Game 7, if necessary, Monday night. We'll have all the games right here on Braves Country Radio. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. If you missed it earlier tonight, Philadelphia lost Game 3 of the NLCS to Arizona, a 2-1 walk-off game. Walk-off win for Arizona. Craig Kimbrell got the loss. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Runner on the move. That ball gets sailed into center field by the hind catcher, Heim, trying to throw out the runner at second. Abreu, a good jump, not really known for his speed. He got a really good jump. Might have actually been a hit and run. Tucker missed. And the ball, I mean, you talk about an awful throw into center field. Luckily for Heim, Abreu did not get up and go to third. Took him a second to realize what had happened. But he is in scoring position. That'll bring Chas McCormick to the plate. McCormick takes a swing at the first pitch, fouls it down the right field line. It's 0-1. McCormick, lefty-righty matchup. Thought they might be getting Will Smith out of the game here, but they've decided to leave him in. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is hit high and deep into left field, going back on the track, over the wall. A 2-run shot, and it's 9-3. Really strange that they left Smith in there after getting the left-hander out. Almost like they're waving the white flag. 9-3 your score. That really opens this game up for the Houston Astros. They're going to leave Smith in there. First pitch on the way to Pena. Swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. I know Bochy's got the pedigree and the 3 World Series championships, but really hasn't been very impressive these last couple of games, the way he's managed this team. First, the pitch on the way to Pena, that gets in and gets him, and he'll head down to first. So Will Smith, his troubles continue. He's given up the 2-run home run. Hits Pena to send him down to first. Maldonado will be the batter. Runner on first, 1 out. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 1-0. At this point, Will Smith might be just being used to eat some innings. Remember, he pitched last night. I don't know if he would be available to pitch tomorrow at this rate. They do have Jordan Montgomery on the mound tomorrow. It's the 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. 6, 4, 3, inning-ending double play. So that'll get them out of it, but not before Will Smith coughs up a couple more runs. It's 9-3. It's getting late early here in Arlington. Texas needs some runs, and they need them quick. 7th inning stretch. Get up and stretch, y'all.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something of right to die. I don't care if I go with root for
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back. Matone is now in the ball game. He is facing the left-handed low. Apologize for the delay. We had a technical issue. It's now a 1-2 count after the fouled off pitch by Lowe. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Lowe and the Rangers trying to find a way to get back on the board here, trailing 9-3. The 2-2 pitch swung on, rifled, foul down the first base line towards the dugout, just past the camera well. We'll do it again at 2-2. Houston 9, Texas 3. Bottom of the 7th inning. Astros looking to tie this series up at 2 games apiece. The 2-2 pitch swung on, fouled away. We'll do it again. Matone coming on to spell the 7th inning here. The 2-2. Swing and fouls that back again. Tomorrow, early game for game number 5. It's going to be a 5:07 first pitch. The 2-2 on the way, down and in. Ball 3. Rangers will be in desperation mode at that point because you cannot lose 3 games in a row at home and expect to go back to Houston. The 3-2 pitch swung on, lifted into left field. Making the catch is McCormick for out number 1. Texas pitching has let him down here in the home games. The Texas bats haven't been much better, scoring just 3 runs tonight. Had several opportunities to push a few more runs across, just never came through. Righty-righty matchup. Josh Young, the batter. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Tavares is on deck. Texas trails 9-3. The pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled, foul, and out of play. We'll do it again. 1-1. Jaguars leading the Saints by 8. That game is in the 4th quarter. The 1-1. Swing and hits that ball up the middle. Backhanded. Good play by Altuve. An acrobatic throw to first. What a play by Jose Altuve. And there's 2 away. Holy cow. I know Young doesn't run that well, but he had to backhand it. His momentum taking him towards left field. Threw off his back foot. Fired a 1-hopper into the glove of Abreu, easily saving a base hit. First pitch on the way to Tavares is going to be an easy grounder, 4-3 putout. Altuve barely gets his breath and gets another one hit over to him. That'll end the inning. Nifty defense by the Astros, even better bats. We'll be back in a flash. It's 9-3 Houston. Heading to the top of the 8th.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer.
1868. Somehow or other, they don't play ball nowadays as they used to some 8 or 10 years ago. I don't mean to say that they don't play it as well, but I mean that they don't play with the same kind of feelings or for the same objects they used to. It appears to me that ball matches have come to be controlled by different parties and for different purposes than those that prevailed in 1858 or 1859.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Jose Altuve is swung on, rifled down the line, and that ball is gone. A solo shot. It's 10-3 Houston. Ball went over the wall, on top of the wall, technically. Hit the yellow stripe of the wall, and here in Texas, I believe they're going to take a look at this. Hit the top of the yellow line. What I'm not 100% sure on, to be honest, is every single stadium is different. And I'm thinking that yellow line may not be, just because he hits it, may not be a home run. There are stadiums when you hit that line, it is a home run. It's always extremely confusing. And they're going to say that that is a ground rule double and set instead. So it's 9-3. Take that run off the board. I've never understood why they don't make it universal in every stadium. So you know if it hits the line, it's out. If it doesn't hit the line, it's not out. So Altuve goes to second, nobody out, lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch, inside, misses, 2-0. Dubon, lefty-righty matchup. Martin Perez, the new pitcher for the Rangers. The 2-0 on the way, swung on, laced over to third. Young has it, fires it over to first. 5-3 putout. Altuve moves up to third. Young thought about chasing him down and tagging him, but he double clutched and flipped it over to first. I don't know if he would have been able to get to him. So now the run is 90 feet away. First pitch on the way. He's right there at the knees for a strike. To Bregman, it's 0-1. Runner on third, one out. The 0-1 off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Standing on deck is Alvarez. The pitch on the way. Fastball right there. Handcuffed Bregman, 1-2. Bregman takes his time out. Now he gets back in the box. The 1-2 pitch. Lefty-righty matchup. Lets her fly. Caught, looking, strike 3. Bregman isn't going to like it, but that pitch definitely hit the inside corner. And there's 2 away. 2 down, and Alvarez comes to the plate. Alvarez stands in, lefty-lefty matchup with Altuve 90 feet away. The first pitch right there, first strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Fastball taken all the way by Alvarez. He's 1 for 3 with a single, sac fly, 2 RBI. The 0-1 pitch. Inside almost gets him. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Perez lets her go, swung on, chopped foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. You could be in for an interesting showdown if you have a rematch with the Phillies and Astros, because the Astros have scored more runs on the road than they have at home, but we all know about the Philly home field advantage. That could be a really interesting showdown in the World Series. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. Still a long way to go in this series, and with Montgomery pitching tomorrow versus Verlander, you'd have to think that's going to be a low-scoring, tight affair. The 2-2. Fastball just misses the outer edge. What little chance Perez had of getting that called third strike went out the window when Heim dropped the ball. So full count to Alvarez. Abreu, who already has a 3-run home run, stands on deck. The payoff pitch, swung on, rifled over towards first, under the glove of the first baseman Lowe, and it's 10-3 Houston. RBI single for Alvarez. Hard hit ball. Lowe laid out for it, but couldn't get his glove down in time. Abreu jogs home, taps the plate. I'm sorry, not Abreu. Altuve taps the plate, and Abreu comes to the dish. So 10-3 your score. Speaking of football scores, Jacksonville leads New Orleans 24-16 in the fourth. The 0-1 pitch. Or the first pitch on the way right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Abreu. Down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Inside. 2-1. You had a 2-1 count. Runner on first, 2 outs. Top of the 8th inning. Perez lets her go. Outside wide, ball 3. Martin Perez, you got to figure he's out there for the long haul. Texas trails by 7. They're not going to want to go to the bullpen again with the big game tomorrow. 3-1 pitch, misses outside wide, ball 4. So Abreu will go down and take first. Alvarez to second. Runners on first and second and 2 outs. Tucker comes to the plate. He'll take the first pitch, outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Tucker doesn't like it. Home plate umpire Eddings probably says something to the effect of, it's 10-3 in the 8th. Swing the bat. The 0-1 to Tucker. Lefty-lefty matchup. Southpaw delivers. Swing and lifts it down the left field line. High and deep, but playable. Making the catch is Carter, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Astros grab another run. We'll be back in a flash. It's 10-3. Rangers grab the bats. Welcome back. 10-3 your score, bottom of the eighth. Marcus Semien stands in against Matone. Matone fires the pitch on the way. Grounded back to the mound, a one-hopper, comebacker, and there's one away. Houston leads 10-3. This series will be tied 1-1 unless Texas scores a lot of runs in a little bit of time. First pitch on the way to Seager, swung on. That ball's rifled into right field. Down for a base hit. One on, one out. I think I said it would be tied 1-1. Be tied 2-2. Game 5 tomorrow. 5:07 first pitch. We'll have it right here. Pre-game show is going to come on at 3 o'clock because we're doing our Football Friday show, and then that will be followed by, for you Braves fans, Braves Country Today, where we're going to go over the free agent options. That'll be the 4 o'clock hour. 3 o'clock hour will be for the football fans, simulcasting on WQEE, and then we'll go right into first pitch. First pitch on the way to Evan Carter is fouled off. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Garcia. Carter at the plate. Seager at first, one down. Righty-lefty, the rookie, digs in. The pitch on the way. Swing! And fouls it straight back. We'll do it again at 0-2. Evan Carter, who is 1 for 3, now has a 9-game postseason on-base streak. Remember, he didn't start all those games either. That's the most remarkable part of it. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside, called for a wide strike 3. Carter shaking his head. I can't blame him. That was a terrible call by Doug Eddings. I think that was a 10-3, 2 strikes call. You look at the replay from the side view camera, it looks closer, but when you look straight back from it, it missed by an inch or two. Any way you slice it, he's not going to give you a pitch with 2 strikes, down 7 runs in the 8th. First pitch on the way to Garcia, swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Garcia, couple of hits tonight, including a bomb. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Matone at 25 pitches. Figure they're going to want to see him. Garcia is going to call timeout for a second. Think they're going to want to see him pitch as many pitches as he can get through this to save the rest of the bullpen for a big showdown tomorrow. Jordan Montgomery versus Justin Verlander. A total of 13 innings and 2 earned runs in game number 1 between the two. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, foul back out of play, fastball up top. Might have chased it high, but no way you can let that pitch go by. So an 0-2 count once again. Righty-righty matchup. Runner on first. 2 outs. Matone comes set. Lets her go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chased it off the dish, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 9th. Houston cruising 10-3. They need 3 more defensive outs.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement which is at present attendant on these contests will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City item.
McCormick takes the first pitch outside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, banged on the ground, over to third. 5-3 put out, Young to low, and there's one away. I don't know what they've got to change, but Texas getting dominated by Houston at home is a strange side note to this series. They'll look to their ace, Jordan Montgomery. It's the first pitch on the way. Swung on, banged off the plate. It's 0-1. He'll go tomorrow. It'll be Eovaldi versus Valdez on Saturday night. Or, excuse me, Sunday night for Game 6. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, banged over to first. Scooped. Stepped on the base. It's a 3 put out if you're scoring at home, and there's quickly 2 away. If we do get to a Game 7, it is just going to be a mosh posh of all hands on deck on both sides. You got to figure you're going to get pretty good outings, or you would expect good outings from Montgomery and Verlander tomorrow, and then Game 6, Valdez versus Eovaldi. Then if there is a Game 7, is the first pitch to Maldonado, misses down below the knees for a ball, it's 1-0. Houston and Texas, it really depends on what they have to use to get there on who would be available. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded deep into the hole. Grabbed, thrown over his back foot by Seager. What a play! Deep in the hole. He gets the slow-running Maldonado on a 6-3 putout. You don't say this often in 10-3 ball games, but we have seen some outstanding defensive plays on both sides. We'll be back in a flash. 3 more outs to get to send us to Game 5. Welcome back. Houston, we will have a pitching change. I thought they might just try to get Matone to finish up the rest of the game here. We got 3 more outs. Garver, Heim, and Lowe are all due up. We're going to get the right-hander Rafael Montero. 5.08 ERA on the year. 1.53 whip. He does throw a mean fireball. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Down below the knees. It's 1-0. Number 5, 6, and 7 hitter for Texas coming up. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and bangs that off the ground foul down the third base line. It's 1-1. Astros 10, Texas 3, bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody out, the 1-1 count. Montero lets her fly. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to short. Easy play for Pena. He'll flip it over to first. And it's a 6-3 put out for out number 1. So 1 down. Righty-lefty matchup. Heim steps in. The first pitch is inside 97 miles an hour. For a ball, it's 1-0. Heim 0 for 3 on the game. The 1-0 pitch up top. He called that a ball? Okay. 2-0. Doug Eddings may have very well have fallen asleep behind home plate. The 2-0 pitch. Down below the knees, 3-0. Been given a really wide strike zone the last few innings, and I was assuming it was because it was a blowout. And now all of a sudden he's pinching them. The 3-0 pitch. Right down the pipe for a strike, it's 3-1. Heim taking all the way, knowing his run is meaningless, just trying to get traffic on the base paths. The 3-1. Kicks and fires inside, ball 4. So Jonah Heim will send down to first base with 1 out. Texas will try to scratch a run across or maybe more here in the waning outs of game number 4. Series will be tied at 2 apiece in game 5, 5 o'clock tomorrow. Big game, big showdown. Jordan Montgomery versus Justin Verlander. First pitch on the way to low is inside, called for a strike. Now that's the strike zone we know from Doug Eddings, wide and inconsistent. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Up top, gets away, bounces out of the glove of Maldonado. Heim does not offer himself down to second, stays at first. Maldonado walks slowly over to pick up the ball. Heim not a good runner. The last thing he wants to do is get thrown out, trailing by 7. The 1-1 pitch. Up top, grabs a strike. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to low. Standing on deck is Josh Young. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up. Foul. That will get out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Montero comes set. Lifts the gloves and deals. Inside, ball 2. So a 2-2 count at 97 miles an hour. Runner on first, 1 out. Pitch on the way. Check swing foul. Stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2. 97 miles an hour just out of the zone. Lowe couldn't hold up. Just kind of punched the ball foul over the third base side. The 2-2. Off the plate wide, full count. So a full count to Lowe. Runner on first, one out. Josh Young, who had 2 home runs last night, stands on deck. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Lowe down on strikes. And there's 2 away. Two down, and Josh Young will come to the plate. Josh Young, who's 0 for 2, stands in. The first pitch on the way. Swing and bangs it off the plate foul. It's 0-1. Houston 10, Texas 3. Game 5 tomorrow right here. First pitch, 5:07. Pregame show will come on at 3 o'clock. We'll do football betting lines 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 Braves country. The 0-1 pitch swung on, banged on the ground. Bad throw by Bregman, but a good scoop by Abreu, and that'll end the game. 5-3 put out. Houston pounds Texas 10-3. And they have evened up this series in Arlington. Game 5 in Arlington tomorrow, 5 o'clock. We'll see you then. Have a great night.